All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Mr. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file number KC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. I will call the appearances. Mr. Prosecutor, could you tell us who's present? You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. The SPO is represented today by Filippo De Minicis, Associate Prosecutor, Manager, and myself, Cezary Michalczuk, SPO Prosecutor. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims are represented today by Ms. Annie Poes, Victims Counsel, and myself, Brechtje Vossenberg, Co-Counsel. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, myself, Julius von Monet, Mr. Fatmir Belay, interpreter and investigator, and in the courtroom is also Mr. Mustafa. Thank you very much.
For the record, you are also appearing today in front of trial panel 1. We will hear the testimony of witness 600 today, Mr. Ghani Sopi. However, before that, the panel would like to address a number of issues. The first one should be done in private session. Mr. Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
We're in public session, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. The panel will now render a second oral order regarding the material the SPO intends to use during its cross-examination of defense witness 600. The SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated 1 April 2022 at 11:07 to use a series of newly disclosed materials in its cross-examination of the defense witness. The material concerned was disclosed shortly thereafter at 12:03. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items have been collected by the SPO in recent days in preparation for its cross-examination of defense witness 600. They consist primarily of open source material and are limited in length and scope. The panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously and considers that the defense and the victims' counsel have had sufficient time to study it. The panel authorizes the SPO to use the newly disclosed material during its cross-examination of defense witness 600, pursuant to paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, filing 170. This concludes the panel's second oral order. And in addition, the panel would like to reiterate that it appreciates that both the defense and the SPO complied with their respective obligations in preparation for today's hearing by sending their respective lists, including the accompanying email, already at the end of next week. Yes, we can now proceed if there's nothing else to raise at this moment in time.
Good morning, Your Honor. Since we are dealing with procedural matters and admission of exhibits,
Yes.
I'd like to put on the record that during the testimony of defense witness 400, who testified on the 28th of March 2022, I used two documents. Now, there was an error on my part in calling the ERN of the first document. So, and I'm referring to page 2923, line 21. There I called document SPOE 003-25590 to 003-25606, which was shown on the screen, but the documents showed on the screen correctly was SPOE 003-25607 to 003-25629. Now, that was the document that I wanted to have. But because of a technical error on our side, we had uploaded that document on legal workflow under a wrong ERN. So I just wanted to put this on record, because when we'll be making our submissions for these documents, I will be requesting the first document that we tendered, which was the instant messages of the witness, was in fact a different ERN than what I had called on record.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. What I will do is I will have with the panel a closer look at it, and just to confirm, and if it's necessary, I will come back to it, and if not.
Absolutely. And just to finish, the number that I called on record is the correct number for the second document, the document that I had told the panel that I would also like to tender into evidence. Now, we'll make this crystal clear in our written submissions, but I just wanted to put it on record now so that it's no surprise to Your Honors when our written submissions come.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your clarification. Does the Victim Counsel want to comment on anything?
No, thank you, Your Honors.
Okay. Defense Counsel? No. Good, thank you. That is noted. And we can now proceed to hear the testimony of defense witness 600, Mr. Ghani Sopi. Madam Court Usher, could you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Sopi, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning. Thank you.
First of all, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Mr. Sopi, thank you. Today we start with your testimony. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor's office against Mr. Salih Mustafa in order to help to assist the panel to reach a verdict. Yes. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa on your right side, the toga in red. Yeah. The lawyers for the prosecution on your left side, nearest to the panel. Then by the lawyers representing the victims admitted to the procedures on the left side nearest to you. And at the end by us, the judges of the trial panel. Yeah. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Sopi, please listen carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth and to tell what you saw, what you heard, what you sensed, what you experienced. If you did not see or hear it yourself, or you found out in some other ways, please tell us. You may not remember all details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. You can say, I don't know, or I don't remember. Yes? Please answer the questions and do not deviate from what you are asked. I also remind you that you may object to provide your testimony on issues that might incriminate you pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 1 of the rules. Yeah? You have that right. Have you understood all that, Mr. Sopi?
Yes.
I would like to give you also some practical advice for your testimony. Mr. Sopi, everything that we say here is translated and recorded. So it's important to speak into the microphones in front of you, yeah? To speak slowly, yeah? And to speak at a slow pace, to allow the interpreters to translate what we are saying in this courtroom. You should only start speaking when the person that asking you a question has finished. We should not overlap each other. When a question is asked, please wait 5 seconds in your hand before answering the question. And those pause of 5 seconds is essential for us and for the interpreters to record what you are saying and to hear and translate everything. If I raise my hand, yeah, like this, please stop talking. I don't want to interrupt you, because then we have overlapping speakers. But it could be necessary that you stop talking, and then I will raise my hand. If you have any questions, if you need a break, just raise your hand, and then I will give you the floor, and then you can inform us of what is needed. Do you understand all this?
Paul?
Yes.
Mr. Sopi, do you speak English?
You?
No.
It could be that at a certain moment before asking you a question, we will ask you to take off your headphones because we need to discuss something, and after that we will ask you to put them on again. Yeah? Understood? I see you nodding. If you nod and you don't say anything, it's not recorded. So it's always important to say what you mean, although I can interpret your body language. As I must do with every witness, I will ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense to, within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers, to give a false testimony. Do you understand that?
Paul?
Very well.
Yes.
Can you please assist the witness with his solemn declaration? Please, Mr. Sopi, read the text.
Betim Solemn sipas regels
Solemn declaration according to Rule 1412. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Mr. Sopi, you are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Sopi, starting with the questioning by the Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have estimated 2 hours for your questioning of this witness, and as usual, please inform the panel of any changes in this regard for planning reasons. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today I will examine the witness, but this I will do in Albanian.
Question. Good morning, Zoti. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Answer. Good morning.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, you remember giving a statement to the Defense Counsel for Salih Mustafa? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. Apart from this statement, did you give a statement also to the prosecution? Answer. Yes, I did. Question. Do you remember in what capacity did you give this statement? Answer. In the capacity of a witness. Question. Do you remember for which circumstances, for what case did that statement?
Much slower, because at this rate, nobody can follow it.
Yes, yes.
Question. I'll repeat it again. Do you remember for what events did you give your statement to the prosecution? Answer. Thank you. Your Honor, presiding judge, I gave a statement to the prosecutor. These were 2 supplements to the statement that I gave to the lawyer. It was a statement about the part that when I was injured. Question. Mr. Witness, just briefly, tell us for which event was that statement? Question. Answer. It was about how I sustained my injuries and how close I was to Salih Mustafa. This was all about my statement.
Could you please wait for the translation, because there's hardly any time between the answer and the question and the answer, so it's difficult to follow. So we have to go at a slower pace. Yeah?
Yeah. A ju kujtohet?
Question. Do you remember how long was that interview? Answer. 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I'm not 100% sure. Question. Thank you.
Salih Mustafa.
Do you know Salih Mustafa? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. Do you have a family relation with Salih Mustafa? Answer. Yes, I do have family relation after the war. The daughter of my brother is his wife, apart from him being my comrade in arms and a friend.
Tani dua të flas me ju.
Question. Now I would like to speak with you about the war period in Kosovo. Particularly for the period between January and June 1999. During this time period that I mentioned, where did you live? Answer, I lived in Pristina. Question. That means that between January and June 1999, you lived in Pristina? Answer, I live in Pristina since 1972-73. I'm speaking about the period that you asked me. Question, did it happen that during this period between January and June 1999, you left Pristina? Answer, yes, we did leave Pristina. Question, do you remember when this happened and where did you go? Answer, I am thinking about the date. It was sometime in the end of March 1999 when we went to my birthplace. In addition to Pristina, I have a native place, which is the village where I was born, the village of Butovs. Question. This village of Butovs, how far is it from Pristina in approximate terms? Answer, 7 kilometers. Question. Is there only one village called Butovs? Answer, Butovs is a larger village, but there are two neighborhoods, the Sopi neighborhoods, who are my neighbor relatives, and there is also the Rechica neighborhood, which is inhabited by the Rechica family. And there is another Butovs, which is a bit further away and further from Pristina.
Zoti oficeri I gjykatës ju kisha lutur
Mr. Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to put on the screen the last page of document DSM 00177 to 00186. The last page of this document, that is page 00186.
Counsel, how would you like to proceed now? Because I have a preference that you first ask questions and that we then go to prior statements.
I asked the question about the Butovs.
Yes?
And this is map. I want to show the map to the defense.
Okay, then it's good.
Because there are two Butovs, he mentioned, lower Butovs and upper Butovs.
For the panel, I find it important that before you call up a statement, you inform us what the purpose of that statement is, without revealing anything that is that could influence the witness, of course. And then I can give you permission to proceed, because if it would be for refreshing, it would be too quick, because there was not a contradiction. So I want to understand why documents are being pulled up.
To better understand the situation there, me as a defense, and based on that, and to continue with my question.
Of course, but
and to show to the panel also the area of the Pristina, how it looks like in that time.
But you have understood my point that I prefer to know on beforehand.
Okay,
Yeah?
I
Thank
will
you.
do that. Yeah. Ju lutem acum un țipac,
Can you please bring it a bit up? Thank you.
Zoti dëshmitare,
Mr. Witness, can you see the map on your screen? The map of Pristina town? Answer, yes, I can, and I like this map very much. It's very clear, everything is visible, and I can explain to you many things through this map. Question. On this map, there is a circle marked with 1 in red and 1 marked with 2 in black. Did you make these markings? Answer. The circle in red, which I'm marking with an X, is Butovsk, is the neighborhood where I lived, and the other neighborhoods around it. And the other one in black with number 2 is the other Butovsk, which is further away from this Butovsk and from Pristina.
tani nga Butovci I ulët. Ky Butovci
Question. From lower Butovsk, the Butovsk marked with a red circle. How far is Pristina from that? Answer, I said earlier, it's about 7 kilometers. Question, how far is Mramor village? Answer, 3 to 4 kilometers. Question, and if you know, from Butovsk, how far is the village of Slash?
I ask it this form circled with red color.
Okay, just to be clear.
From beginning, I start to make a question based on that
Okay.
Butovci. A dini sa largo
Question, do you know how far is Slash village from lower Butovsk? Answer, approximately. It should be about 13 kilometers away. Not as a crow flies, but I would say the travel distance is about 13 kilometers between the two.
find it.
Question, thank you. Considering the time, the state of the roads, and the situation prevailing in Kosovo at the time, and Kosovo was in war, can you tell us approximately how long would it take to go from Pristina to lower Butovsk on foot? Answer, in normal circumstances, 1 hour, 1 hour and 20 minutes. In war circumstances, depending on the circumstances at the time, it could take longer because the enemy positions were in several locations and there were much more difficulties at the time to travel this road, Pristina-Butovsk.
Të kthehemi përsëri në Prishtinë gjatë kësaj.
Let's go back to Pristina, to this time period, June 1999, in fact, end of March 1999, when you left Pristina. At that time, what did you do? What were your activities in Pristina? Your Honor, now is April, and it is exactly 23 years ago that I was a witness of the events at the time. I don't know if it's just a coincidence for me to be here in front of you 23 years later. Everything had its continuity. You cannot stop and explain just a fixed period of time, January, June 1999. Everything was continuous. My activity in the beginning was purely political, and from 1990s I was one of the persons who established the political activity of the LDK. My position at that time was member of the presidency, and from that period until the end of the war, I led a very important commission. This was the Commission for Information, which was active in the territory where I was active. I had the structures who gave me the information on what was going on in that territory at that time. Question. Thank you, Mr. Witness. You asked that you said that you were given information. Can you tell us more specifically what was this information about?
The political activists of my party.
Wait a moment when, after the question of defense counsel is posed, then just wait a moment and then come with your answer. Because now it's almost overlapping, and I see that you are eager to answer, and we appreciate that, but we need some time between the question posed by the defense counsel and your answer. Okay?
Okay.
The information was of various nature. Coming back to the question asked of me by the council, in Pristina there were major difficulties because of the population displaced from various parts of Kosovo, and they were accommodated where we operated. Our activists, our collaborators were engaged to help all this population in terms of accommodation, food, medicaments, and so they had to follow up developments in every place where the Serb forces, paramilitary and military forces were stationed. Thank you. Please, Court Clerk, can you remove the map from the screen? Question. You said that at the end of March you went to Butovs. Do you recall approximately when that was, that is the date? No, I'm putting it differently. Do you recall when in March did the NATO airstrikes start against Serb targets in Pristina and all over Kosovo? Answer. It's an historic date which will never be forgotten by our people, because it was the 24th of March 1999. It was at 8 o'clock in the evening when the strike started. And that day and that date, will never be forgotten by my people and by myself either.
Duke marrë për bazë këtë datë,
Question, referring to this date, can you please tell us how long after this date did you leave Pristina and went to Butovs? Answer. Distinguished presiding judge and panel, it is interesting to note that even though it's a long period and the dates may not be properly remembered, given that 23 years have passed, but I have said 28th of March, but the truth was not that, because it was the end of March. We have two celebrations, the Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. So the difference between them was 2 months and 10 days. So the date would be precisely the end of March. The first Bayram was on the 12th of January, so the second one is end of March 99.
a ju kujtohet arsyeja pse e keni braktisë Prishtinë?
Question, do you remember why you left Pristina? Answer, I'm repeating it. It's difficult to remember these things because it was a hard time. We were subjected to great reprisals in the city, and not only in my city, but also in other parts of the city. The Serb police and paramilitaries exerted great violence, and there was nothing left for us but to organize the people, also in the place where we lived, in cooperation with my friends and activists, and to guide the population towards Butovs, which was my birthplace, but also we thought it would be more safer as a place. That's why we left. So the ultimatum was either to vacate the city, otherwise we would be subject to violence against our population there.
Para se të braktisë,
Question, before you left Pristina, do you recall any event that happened to you personally? Answer, yes, I do. Because I was injured, I was wounded on the 24th of March 99 in Pristina. But if you agree, I would rather not comment at greater length because of what I went through. So I'm happy that I remained alive and was able to come and testify before this court. Question. You said that when you left Pristina, in coordination with your activists and friends, you organized the displacement of the population from that part of Pristina to Butovs, Lower Butovs village. Do you recall approximately what was the number of the people that left Pristina at the time, from the neighborhood you lived, from the place where you lived? Answer, it was a great number. I wouldn't give you a precise figure, but I would say they were over 10,000 of all ages, of both sexes, women, children, sick people, elderly people, everyone was left Pristina. Question, who were those comrades of yours that organized, coordinated such a displacement? Answer, most of them were friends with whom we worked from earlier on. We were LDK activists and members, but now we also were engaged in a military organization, so they worked together I would like to make digression, which I forgot to mention. During the time that we were dealing with accommodation and other things, Salih Mustafa rendered a major contribution, with whom I met, we discussed, and he told us to assist the population, to be ready for any eventuality, to find accommodation, foodstuff, medicaments. So we cooperated a lot during that period with him. Question. Since you referred to Salih Mustafa's contribution, can you tell us, please, this contribution was during the abandonment of Pristina or even before? Even before. Answer.
Question. When did Salih Mustafa render this contribution? And then he can specify.
Question. Can you please tell us, when you say from before, when was that? Answer. I would say January, early February, because that was the greatest challenge for us when the population was displaced.
A ju kujtohet Salih Mustafa në atë kohë me çfarë aktiviteti?
Question. Do you recall what activities Salih Mustafa was engaged in and in what capacity he asked you to do what you said? Answer. In the capacity of a civic activist, because we knew him since when he was released from jail. I knew him through my brother, whose student he was. Question. You said that you were involved also in a military organization, you and your friends. Answer. Yes. Question. Does it mean that you were a member of the KLA? Answer. Yes, I was, and I'm very proud that I was a member of the Liberation Army of Kosovo. Question. Since when were you a member? Answer. From January 98. Question. Your military activity from 98 to the day that Pristina was vacated at the end of March 1999. What does it involve? Where did you operate mostly? At the first phase, mostly in Pristina, then in Butovs, mainly in Butovs and in its surroundings, up to Mramor. Question. When you went to Butovs, where did you settle? You mentioned that there was a large number of people there. Answer. In Butovs, the population of Butovs earlier had moved to the city. So in those neighborhoods where the houses of my family, of my close relatives, these houses were used, also the houses of other neighborhoods. We had sheds and other places. We put the population there. Some of them in barns, as we said. So, also some of them moved to Mramor.
You settled. What did you mean with you?
You, because I said and the population that left Pristina together.
Okay.
So you and other people.
Because for me, was under the impression that you were mentioning him.
When I want to mention him, I will say te.
No, I'm not interested. Differently. The question was not clear what you meant with where did you settle. I would say, but I understand now from you that you were meaning the population.
Together, his family together with population.
Okay. Now, yeah. Please proceed.
Yeah.
It was just not clear for me.
Yeah, okay. Zoti Dëshmit.
Mr. Witness, let us repeat, when you went to Butovs and that large number of people together with you, were you all settled or accommodated in Butovs? Answer, most of them, yes, but some of them went to Mramor.
Eu, de familia lui, u vendosët në Butovc.
Question, you and your family were accommodated in Butovs? Yes, in Butovs. Question, you said earlier that your military activity was continued also in Butovs. Answer, yes. Question, do you recall in what unit were you a soldier of? Answer, I wasn't interested in that because we were organized in order to assist the population to be by their side. So it didn't matter to me what unit I was in. Later on, yes, but at that phase, I wasn't impressed by that. Question, did you report to anyone? Answer, yes, we did. We had our leaders, a leader that we appointed, my brother, Mustafa Sopi.
Soi, Mustafa.
Question, so what was his position? Answer, I didn't analyze that, but I think he was responsible for this group of friends and comrades that we were both in the city and in Butovs.
Tani në Butovc, a ju kujtohet ai?
Question, when you were in Butovs, do you remember whether during the time you were there you met Salih Mustafa? Answer, I said also earlier, April is a very, let's say, a month that is difficult for me to remember, not only for me, but for all Albanians from Gulag area. It is true that I met him at the beginning of April, in the first weeks of April. That is, I met Salih Mustafa in Butovs at that time.
A ju kujtohet?
Question, do you remember the circumstances in which you met him? How come that you met him? Answer, I'm repeating. The reason was that it was Bayram, and he was very close to my brother, who used to be his professor, so he came to visit him in Butovs, but also to look after the population, to see how they were faring. As I said, there were many people in Butovs. He wanted to see how they were settled, how they were organized, accommodated, whether we were accumulating food for them, and many other such issues.
Në bazë të asaj çka ka vërejt Salih.
Question, based on what he saw there in terms of the population conditions and so on, did you feel the need to organize yourself to collect medicaments and foodstuffs? Answer, yes, indeed. And it was very hard for us to carry such things from Pristina. But our lads, our friends and co-fighters, managed to enter the city, going through many vicissitudes, and they brought them back to this village. Question, do you recall from the very first moment that you met Salih Mustafa, when after the first meeting did you meet him in Butovs? Answer, I would rather not refer to dates because of the time that has passed and I may have forgotten after 23 years. I know that it was the first and the second week of April when we met and talked. But in those circumstances, he dealt more with Professor Mustafa Sopi, my late brother, who was in charge and who organized all these things. I was there too, and we discussed about the situation, the events, developments, also within the ranks of civilian population. Question, these meetings and the time you spent with Salih Mustafa, did they occur only during the day or also in the evening or at night? Answer, no, I met him for longer periods. Even though I was wounded, I went to observation points several times, also with Salih Mustafa and with the professor and with some other co-fighters. We went to observe the strategic points because the Serbian police and army were very closely stationed.
You asked these meetings, did they occur only during the day or also in the evening or at night? We received an explanation, but he didn't specify yes or no if it was during the night or evening or day. I did not get an answer to that.
Question, Mr. Witness, can we repeat? I asked you whether you met him during the day or in the evening or at night. Such meetings, did they occur both during the day and at night? Answer, yes, these meetings occurred during the day, but also in the evening. Because we had to observe the terrain also at night.
Salih Mustafa,
When you met Salih Mustafa, did you know in what unit he was a part of? Answer, no, I didn't. When you met Salih Mustafa, do you remember how he was dressed? What clothes had he on? Answer, to my recollection, he was mostly wearing civilian clothes. The jacket, I think, his jacket was green, like military green color. But Your Honor and panel, we didn't wear uniforms because there were many civilians there, and we had to mind women, children, elderly, who were very stressed because of the Serb violence, and so we tried not to appear as if we were engaged in, let's say, military formation because of the civilian population. Even the weapons, we did not display them.
Question,
was Salih Mustafa armed? Answer, he may have had small weapons, but he kept it hidden. He didn't want to be seen, let's say, by the population, civilian population.
Gjatë atyre takimeve të juaja me Salih Mustafën,
During your meetings with Salih Mustafa, did you organize any movement for the members of your group? For them to go to Pristina and obtain food, clothes, or medicaments for the population? Answer, I couldn't move a lot because I was wounded, and whatever movements I made it in a controlled way. But with Salih Mustafa and some friends, after looking at the map, which I really liked, I'd never seen it before, we went to various observation points together, and we observed the enemy positions because it was it was likely that they might come and penetrate in the ranks of the civilians and commit massacres as they used to. So we wanted to observe what was going on, where the Serbian army and police forces were moving about. Question: during the time in Lower Butovs, were there other members of the KLA that were stationed there or passed by there? Answer: yes, yes. There were our friends, our co-fighters who stayed there with us. Question: do you recall during the time that Salih Mustafa was in Butovs, at whose house was he staying? Answer: initially at our house, at the house of Professor Mustafa Sopi. That's where he was accommodated, but from there he moved about. But I'm telling you that he couldn't go far because I could follow every movement. I knew the terrain.
Shtëpinë tonë apo mendon për shtëpinë tënde?
When you say our home, you are thinking your own home or answer the home of my parents and my brother? Question: so in the same house where you stayed? Answer: where I was born. Question is, when you said that Salih Mustafa stayed at our home, was he staying in the same home where you two were staying initially? Answer: yes.
Gjatë kësaj periudhe,
Question: during this time that you were in Butovs, did it ever happen that Butovs was attacked by the Serb forces? Fortunately, no. Question: so, that being the case, you and your family felt safe and then returned to Pristina? Answer: all my family was with me, even my children. Question: do you remember when you returned to Pristina? Answer: distinguished presiding judge and panel, my family and some of the families of my friends returned a bit earlier, that is on the 18th of April 1999, because the situation got more difficult and we were short of foodstuffs. So we were obliged to return our families, even though it was very dangerous, to Pristina. Question: when did you personally return? Answer: on the 13th of June, after the NATO forces entry into Pristina.
periudhës kohore sa keni qenë në Butovc?
Question: during the time period that you were in Butovs.
On a question you have asked,
Okay.
line 25, page 25, line 10, you put a very close question to the witness. Please, witness, can you take off your headphone? Thank you. You said, so that being the case, you and your family felt safe and then returned to Pristina. That's not really a question, because it's a very closed question. So I would like to ask you the question again, but not so closed, because this is a kind of affirmation. And,
Zoti dëshmit.
Question, Mr. Witness, again, please. During the time when you and your family were in Butovs, did you feel a bit more safe there? Answer: there was no safety or security anywhere in Kosovo at that time. now it seems like we are talking about a movie, but the situation indeed was very serious and grave. But because that was my birthplace, I was very familiar to it. I knew where to go because it was unsafe anywhere, as I said. Question. So what was the reason why your family moved out of Butovs and returned to Pristina in April? Answer. The reason was that the amount of foodstuffs available to us was reduced, and it was difficult to remain there since we had no foodstuffs, so there was no other way for us than to return to Pristina. Because of the difficulties, it was very difficult for us to obtain food in Pristina.
Question. During the time you were in Butovs and during the meetings with Salih Mustafa, did you discuss also the occurrences in the neighboring area in Golak? Answer. Yes, there were occasions when we discussed this. Question. During these discussions, did it happen I apologize. I'm not going to ask this question. I'll move to another one. Question. While you were in Butovs, did it ever happen that you left Butovs and went somewhere else? Answer. Once I went to Mramor, and that was it. I mainly stayed in Butovs because I felt responsible. I was from that area, I knew the area, and I felt there was need for me to be there. Question. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, you mentioned that you went to Ramor. How long did you stay there? Answer. I got a cold, and that's why I went to Mramor to have myself checked up. I know that I received an injection, and everything lasted 2.5 hours, the whole trip, and I returned to Butovs. Question. Let's go back to Bayram, the issue of Bayram, Mr. Witness. You mentioned there is a big Bayram and a small Bayram. Do you remember how many days is the big or greater Bayram and how many days is the small Bayram, if you know? Answer. This is a matter of the Islamic community, but I will try. I had the 28th fixed in my mind, but when I asked and when I analyzed, the big Bayram was on the 19th of January at that time, whereas in the religious books, the small Bayram follows 2 months and 10 days after. And if you calculate, it will be the end of March 1999. The big Bayram lasts 3 days, and the small Bayram is a bit longer. I think lasts for 5 days. Question. When you are mentioning the 2 months and 10 days, do you take into account also the month of February, how long it is? Answer. February is shorter, and I have taken it into account, and it should be around the 30th, 31st of March. Question. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Answer. You're welcome.
Defense counsel. No. You were discussing. I want to ask you a question which remained not completely, a point that remained not clear for me. You asked the witness at page 26, line 23, if they discussed occurrences in the region or in the area. And I was wondering what you meant with, in English they said occurrence, but I wondered what was meant with that word.
Answer.
Phones, and then you can re-ask, because it was a kind of general.
My question is...
No, wait.
Okay.
Could you take off your headphones? Thank you. Please.
About the situation, about the old situation in the region, Golak area, meaning wars activities taken by KLA and by Serbian police and Serbian military forces.
Okay.
But maybe it's that I didn't want it to continue with the question, just start it and not continuing with the
Okay, then
question.
we leave it here, because for next time, please try to specify, because it remains a little bit in the air where...
Yeah. I think I say no, I'm not going...
yes, that I said, but the question before was very general.
Yeah,
so okay,
yeah.
very well. You can put on your headphones.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, during the Eid festivities, the Bayram festivities pursuant to Muslim traditions, at the time, was the small Bayram celebrated? Answer, yes. They did celebrate it, not as we would use to celebrate it before, but Salih Mustafa, I know, came to congratulate us, to celebrate the Bayram with us, and together with the professor.
Nëse ka mundësi të na sqaroni ka...
Question, if you can explain to us in what form is this Bayram tradition manifested when you say he came? Is it a tradition? Answer, yes, it is a sort of respect. You go to somebody to congratulate them on Bayram and to celebrate it with them.
Pra, Salih Mustafa ka...
Question. So Salih Mustafa came to congratulate, to celebrate Bayram with you and the professor. Answer. Yes, it was natural to do that, and there was a lot of population there. He did congratulate Bayram to many of the population, but of course could not do it with every and single member of the civilian population.
Pasice Bayrami vogël.
Question. Since you said that the small Bayram is 4 or 5 days long, answer, I'm not very sure, but I think it's about 5 days. Question. During these days, Bayram is celebrated and people greet each other, congratulate each other. Answer, yes, we did that to the extent we could.
Formulate questions, not affirmations he can say yes or no to. I mean,
Okay.
Question once again. During the days of Bayram, how is this holiday celebrated? Answer, we are talking about work circumstances, Your Honor, some circumstances that occurred 23 years ago. However, in that time, we did celebrate it, and with that much food that we had and could offer others, we did try to celebrate it. As I said, the circumstances were very difficult.
FST.
Question. As a form of celebration of Bayram, apart from food, is there anything else? So there's no other form. Just greet each other. You can meet someone 4 or 5 days later and you can wish him a good, happy Bayram, and that's it. Question. Thank you.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, you mentioned the checkpoint, control point, the point where you held guard duty in Lower Butovsk. From that point, how far were the Serbian forces' positions, be they police or military positions? Answer, I could tell you this on the map we saw earlier, and on that map I can show you, Your Honor, where these forces were positioned. There were several locations that we would observe, and there were times when we were 200 meters near those positions. There were times when we were even nearer than that. So we would go out and observe their positions. Question. At those locations where they were positioned, that is, the military forces or the police of Serbia, did they also have checkpoints in those parts? So yes, of course they did. We had binoculars and we would observe them, and whoever would go through those checkpoints would undertake a great risk. Question. From the description you just gave of the area of Butovsk and Mramor, do you remember how many such checkpoints could there have been? Answer. Approximately 10. Maybe more, but for 10 I would say I'm sure. Question. Did you have knowledge about the civilian population passing through those checkpoints? Answer. When we were leaving Pristina, they were positioned closer to Pristina, and the corridor that we used to leave, and we knew that area very well. And a digression again, I left Pristina while I was wounded together with the population. We went to Butovsk. So it was very risky to leave Pristina through the outskirts, but since we knew the area, we chose the corridor that was a bit safer. And after we arrived in Butovsk, they then positioned in every point. There was also a permanent point of the military forces, even before the war, as well as the positioning of the Serbian forces once we left Pristina. Question. While you were in Butovsk, was there any offensive taken by the Serbian military and police forces in the area of Golak? Answer. Unfortunately, yes, in the area of Golak. Fortunately, it did not happen in our Butovsk, but in the other parts of this area, it did. There was violence, there was reprisal. So the month of April was a very difficult month, and apart from what happened, from what I explained, there were cases when people suffered in Lucar, in Makovsk. The civilian fell into the trap of these forces and were subjected to a genocide, to a massacre. Civilians were killed in most atrocious ways. Question.
To a point you have just made, because I tried to look it up. Page 31, line 10, you mentioned the point that Mr. Witness was held in guard, but where did he say that he was held in guard? Because I did not hear about it, and I thought I might have overlooked it, but okay, we have had several people checking it, and so for next time, to avoid these kind of things, if you want to refer to something the witness has said, please take off your headphone, Mr. Witness. For next time, please refer to where he stated that, because then we can avoid misunderstandings. But maybe you have an answer for us.
Okay, I can ask again the witness.
No, my point is, where did he say in the statement that he held guard
No.
today?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I understand that because he stated I made observation on that point, so that is my interpretation,
So,
guarding.
so then you can ask him what he meant with that specific quote that you interpreted. But if you have found that quote, please quote that phrase to the witness and then ask what he meant with that. And for next time, try to cite what the witness has said in order to avoid
Oh, okay.
misunderstandings.
Yes.
May I assist with the citation?
Of course, I mean, you are a
think-
team.
I think, Your Honor, if I read page 24 and I read a line 12, so we wanted to observe what was going on, where the Serbian army and police forces were moving about. This is the observation, and apparently my counsel interpreted it as a kind of a duty card, indeed duty. And on page 22, on line 16, Your Honor, even though I was wounded, I went to observation points several times, also with Salih Mustafa and with the professor and some other co-fighters. We went to observe the strategic points because Serbian police and army were closely stationed. So that ends my citations as far as the observation is concerned of this witness. That I ended my citation.
I see, I hear what you're saying,
Yes.
but the specific words were held guard, and he was now saying going to. For me, there is a difference, more than a nuance. So, my point is just for next time, try to cite what the witness has said, and at this moment in time, you can re-ask the question by asking what this observation posts were, and then specify if there was also, if it was also for guarding, because those are two different things, I would say, but or maybe not. But let the witness explain it.
Dëshmitar.
Question, witness. During your testimony today, you stated that you stayed at a particular point in the village of Lower Butovsk, and that there, from that point, you carried out observation. Can you explain to us what does this observation involve? What does that mean? What activities did it involve? Sir, I think I was clear, but I don't know how well you understood me. we went out for observation not only on one point, but on other points as well. With observation, I mean we observed the Serb forces, military, paramilitary forces. They were positioned in the other Burtovs around Gurmia. So we observed these positions, not only me, but on several occasions. I was together with the professor, with Salih Mustafa and other co-fighters. So we carried out this activity mainly during the day, but also during the night.
Of course,
Question. While you were out for observation, did it ever happen to stop a citizen that was passing by? Answer, no, not on our points. Question, thank you.
For me, it's clear now, Defense Counsel, so please continue with your examination. Yeah, I see you looking at the clock very well. We are approaching 11 o'clock, so if you can finalize this line of questions and indicate how long you think you will be needing after the break. Thank you.
Microphone for the council, please.
I think now it is really good to go in break and to continue with other line. I believe not more than 10 minutes after that.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Very well. Mr. Sopi, we will now have a break of 30 minutes. You will be ushered out by Madame Court Usher, and we see you back in a while. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madame Court Usher. Yes, Mr. Prosecutor, we heard the Defense Counsel that they will be needing only 10 minutes after the break. How would you think it's best to proceed? Because can we have a longer break and then you prepare for the cross-examination right away? Or we resume, we work for 15 minutes, but then we will have a really early lunch today. So.
Your Honors, everything depends on the availability of the transcript. I'll try to read the transcript of the session that has happened up to now. Everything depends on what's going to happen in the next part and how much time I would need to also review that part of the transcript. I'll try to use my time right now to read the transcript, to make, to note references that I might be willing to use, and then I'll try to proceed shortly after the examination in chief is over. But I might also ask for a little bit more time to prepare for the remainder of the cross-examination.
Yes, but I think that it would be another approach is that after the examination, after the direct examination, what we do is, if you need some time, that we have a break, but not a lunch break. We will just take some time for that and then continue in order not to have 1.5 hour break at 11:15.
I'm entirely in Your Honor's hands.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Then we adjourn for half an hour.
All right. All right.
Welcome back again. Madame Court Usher. No, I will first the appearances. Yes, we are in the same composition, so that's noted. Madame Court Usher, could you bring in the witness, please? Welcome back, Mr. Soapy. Do you hear me?
Oh, indeed.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Defense Counsel, you may continue with the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The
Question. Mr. Witness, in your statement today, on page 31, line 22 of the transcript, you said that, of course, they were thinking of those control points and that you observed such points and that whoever passed by they did that undertaking a great risk. Has it ever happened during the time when you observed such control points that you saw a situation when someone from the civilians that passed through was maltreated or some other form of mistreatment? We didn't see anything because their positions were such that we couldn't observe any civilians in that situation. Thank you. Question. Before the 24th of March of 1999, in Pristina, were there people displaced from other regions of Kosovo? Answer, yes, there were. Question. Do you know from which part, regions of Kosovo they came? Answer, mainly from the places where the war was most raging. From what I remember, there were people from Drenica and Dukajini area. Mainly from Blop and some other parts that I can't recall now.
24 marsit.
Question. After the 24th of March, do you remember what the security situation was like in Pristina? Answer, very bad.
Në çfarë kuptimi?
Question. In what sense very bad? Answer. It was very grave. I think I described at the beginning of my testimony that it was really very difficult for people to go from one place to another because of the maltreatment, reprisals, beatings, and everything that they could think of, that is, the Serb police, who operated also using paramilitaries. They resorted to all kinds of methods to torture the people. They did whatever they could against the people.
Veprimet të policisë.
Question. So the actions of the police and the paramilitaries, was that the reason why the inhabitants of Pristina were obliged to leave the city? Answer, unfortunately, yes. Question. You and the part of the city where you lived, when you left the city of Pristina, were you also obliged, because of the acts of such forces, to leave the city? Answer.
Yes.
I'm under the impression that we are now repeating a little bit what we have been saying at the beginning.
Only in this, and now finish.
Okay, but I prefer not to have any repetition at all.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Defense counsel. Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, where do we stand with the possibility to proceed with the cross-examination? You have the floor.
Yes, Your Honors, we could start with the cross-examination.
Very well. Mr. Sopi, I will now hand over the floor to Mr. Prosecutor. He will continue with the cross-examination. Okay. I see you nodding. You understood. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Mr. Sopi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good, thank you.
Mr. Sopi, I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will be conducting this part of the interview with you. As we have limited time, I would ask you to listen very carefully to my questions and give me exact answers without expanding or adding on. If that does not happen, I will ask you to stop and just focus on the question that I ask. This is in view of streamlining your examination for the benefit of the panel. Mr. Sopi, on the 12th of January 2022, you gave your statement to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You gave that statement. Did you tell the truth to the prosecutor?
I believe so.
When you gave that statement, did you describe there the events to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Yes, and we exchanged views.
Yes. Did you give that statement to the prosecutor voluntarily, without any pressure, threat, or coercion?
Yes, we professionally discussed the issue.
Mr. Sopi, today in court, and I'll do my best to quickly quote the citation, on at least 2 occasions, you stated that the day of you moving from Pristina to Butovc, the time was the end of March. Do you confirm that? That you said that today?
Yes, it was the end of March.
Citation. The first one I found was on page 11 of the provisional transcript of today's session, and it starts from line 1 and it ends on line 5. This is the whole thing. This is the whole paragraph. When you said it was sometime in the end of March 1999 when we went to my birthplace. In addition to Pristina, I have a native place, which is the village where I was born, the village of Butovc. During your interview with the prosecutor, and it was actually myself who was interviewing you in the capacity of the witness, you never mentioned the end of March 1999 as the time when you went to Butovc, but you mentioned the day of 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, I said, Your Honor, but then I stopped and thought about it because it happened a long time ago. Yes, I said that, that's right. But the truth is that it was the end of March.
You also gave your statement to the defense. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
That statement that you gave to the defense is dated 31st of March 2021. Did you tell in that statement to the defense the truth?
Yes. Whatever I had to say, I said.
Mr. Sopi, in several lines, and I'm going to quote them for the record, you mentioned as the time of your move from Pristina to Butovc in March 1999, a very precise date, and that date is 28th of April. And I would like to make reference to the 28th of March, I apologize. And to be more precise, Your Honors, and I'm referring to the statement of the defense, which is DSM 0000177 00186, and Albanian version is DSM 00706 00715. Starting from page 2, you discuss different dates. Amongst them, there is this date of 28th of March. And there is a question, for example, on that page, asked by the defense counsel, and did you continue to live in Pristina? And then you comment on what happened. And then you say, so on the 28th of March, Serbian police encircled the neighborhoods and forced the people to leave their houses. And the people headed in the direction of Germia. The police did, of course, not say to Germia, they just said, get lost from there. So we helped the citizens, and they knew me as a political figure of the area and an activist of the branch. So we started walking, and whoever could get some food to carry. They did not give people time to take things, but people took whatever they could get in a hurry and took it with them. We continued this road towards Dardisha, around Germia, and we arrived in the village of Lower Butovc, Butovc Uliet. And then the question of the defense counsel again is, on which day was that you arrived in Butovc? And your answer is, I think it was on the 28th of March, 1999. The reason that we went to Butovc was that it was the place where I was born. In the same statement, do you remember saying that to the defense, Mr. Witness, first?
Your Honor, I will go back to this question.
Then we will move on, and then you might have a chance to comment. But as I said, please answer to the questions posed by myself. Did you say that to the defense?
Yes.
Later on page 4 of the same transcript, the defense is asking you the question, and in this question this date is mentioned, and you refer to it later. He said in that question, directly after your arrival in Butovts, so after the 28th of March, 1999, is there any special incident, event, or anything that occurred that you remember in Butovts or around it? And then you, commenting on that date, that question, you say there was no incident to be mentioned, but all of us were involved with the displaced, and we were busy to provide them with necessities. Did you say that in that defense statement, Mr. Witness? Say yes or no question again.
Popo.
Yes, yes.
Quote too many parts, but we also find reference to the date of 28th of March on page 5 of the defense statement. The question of the defense counsel is again, and did you meet him ever in Butovs after your arrival on the 28th of March 1999? And then the witness answers this question. And then finally on page 8, again, it's the defense statement. When there is a question about Salih Mustafa at the very bottom of the page, the witness himself says the following thing. So I start from the 28th of March when we left Pristina. There was this Muslim celebration, Eid al-Adha. And when I calculate from this date, and then he continues, did you say that all those dates, 28th of March 1999, as the time when you left from Pristina to Butovs to the defense?
And here are and there.
Your Honor, if you allow me,
You will be given, of course, the possibility to explain. Yeah, but there is a question still pending.
can you repeat the question, please?
The question was, do you confirm that in all those quotations you were referring to the 28th of March 1999, and you indeed never mentioned, as you said today, the end of March, or 30th of March, or 31st of March? Is that true?
Your Honor, may I?
No, I just want to finish this. It's a clear yes or no question, and then you will be given the floor, but I think that this should now be finished. There's evidently a problem with the date, and Mr. Prosecutor can ask his question. Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Shall I repeat the question, Mr. Sopi? I can, of course.
The question is clear to me, but I think I gave the explanation. I have said this at the time, but when I thought it over, because, Your Honor, we are talking about things happening 23 years ago, and it's difficult to remember every detail and date. Indeed, I asked for some lenience regarding dates, because they might not coincide, not because I want to hide something, but because of the time that has elapsed. I have said that I gave the wrong date, that is 28, because de jure and de facto it was the end of March. That is the truth.
Yes, but before today, on different occasions, to the prosecutor, to the defense, you were giving very precise date, 28th of March. Is that correct? And there was no maybe, it was 28th of March.
Yes, I gave that.
That festivity that we are talking about, this Muslim holiday Eid al-Adha. So what was the date? Could you tell us again, so for us to have it clear on the record? What, in your opinion, was the date of that celebration in 1999?
Je pense que ça est d'autres, c'est
According to what I was keen on knowing, was the end of March. That is the small Eid or Bayram, because there are two Bayram.
Mr. Witness, I understand that there are two. We are discussing this specific event. Your Honors, could we put on the screen the document SPOE 00325-819, and it continues later, but probably you have to also pull up on the screen the next document. But let's first deal with this one. Your Honors, what we are having on the screen right now is the online calendar of all Muslim celebrations, and here we focus on this specific celebration called Eid al-Adha, and I apologize also to the witness for my probably incorrect pronunciation of it. So this is the calendar where we have precise dates of this celebration. If we could move to the next document, which is a page later, it ends with 820. This is the continuation of this one. It is a new document, so we'll have to probably pull up a separate document. It should be the next one, I believe, Your Honors. I apologize. It should be the one which depicts the date of 1999. So it should end with 821 instead. So at the very, very bottom of the page, Mr. Witness, as you can see, the date is of this Muslim celebration day is 28th of March 1999. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Your Honor, we could remove it from the screen. Thank you very much. Mr. Sopi, speaking about being very correct about the dates, you said yourself today that it's been 23 years from those events and you cannot be clear about dates. Is that correct?
po.
Yes.
On page 11 of today's transcript, I'm talking about lines from 1 to 3, you indeed said that to the question of the defense. The question was, do you remember when this happened and where did you go? Speaking about that move from Pristina to Butovc. And you said the following thing: I'm thinking about the date. It was sometime in the end of March 1999 when we went to my birthplace. You said it was sometime. So indeed you are not clear about the dates, correct?
Person got root normal.
Yes, of course. But it doesn't change much.
With the permission of the panel, I would like to, speaking about the dates of encounters with Salih, Mustafa, I would like to show to the witness and also present in this court a very short paragraph of the SPO statement number 104551 TR ET part 1, page 31, and this is the statement taken on the 12th of January 2022. And I would like to refer the witness to lines from 16 to 24. Mr. Sopi, this is the exchange about the meetings of Salih with Salih Mustafa that you had with the prosecutor. Question of the prosecutor. Do you remember when Mr. Salih Mustafa came to, as you said, check the local population and to see your brother Mustafa? And your answer was, he was only, from what I remember, aid was on the 28th of March. And that's what I remember as a date. And then you continue. From what I remember, he came to visit towards the end of the last, sorry you said, towards the end of the first week of April, towards the end of the first week of April. Do you confirm that, Mr. Sopi, that you said that to the prosecutor?
I'm repeating, your presiding judge, that it's hard for me to remember the dates, but I've already declared that this happened during the first 2 weeks of April.
Today, Mr. Sopi, indeed, but I would like to be clear. In that statement given to the prosecutor, you precisely indicated that it was towards the end of the first week of April, and you repeated that, towards the end of the first week of April. So did you see Mustafa in Butovts towards the end of the first week of April 1999?
I'm repeating it. I referred to the period as a whole, the first 2 weeks of April.
To the prosecutor, when you said that. Let me rephrase my question.
I said the truth to the prosecutor, and I'm saying it now. The date may be not the same because of the length of time that has passed ever since.
Also in this paragraph that I quoted to you, you said, from what I remember. So again, it seems that you are saying from what you could remember. However, you cannot be certain. Is that correct? About the dates. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Speaking about the time within which, the time span, within which you saw Salih Mustafa in Butovts, there is also a line in the statement that you gave to the prosecutor, and with the permission of the panel, I would like to present the witness a very, very short paragraph on that.
You already discussed with the witness.
Yes, of course, and yes, and I would like to have clarity. The witness said that he remembers Salih Mustafa within 2 weeks, and I'd like to bring him back to his statement, where, in my view, he might be a bit more precise. And let's see what he will reply to that quotation.
Please proceed.
Mr. Court Officer, I would like to pull up on the screen the statement of the witness given to the SPO on the 12th of January, 2022, number 104551, TRET, it's part 1, page 32, lines 11 to 14. So speaking about the time span within which you saw Salih Mustafa in Butovts, you said to the prosecutor the following things. Question. Okay, so he came, as you said, towards the end of the first week of April. How long did he stay in Butovts? And your answer was sometime until the end of the second week. I remember this, based on the situation that was developing in the village. Did you tell the truth to the prosecutor when you said that?
Yes, yes. I don't have the Albanian translation here.
That our interpretation services have interpreted verbatim what I have just read to the witness. I believe this is the case.
Mr. Salih, what is the problem you are encountering?
I don't have before me on the screen the Albanian version. It's only in English, which I don't understand. But of course, I understand the question of the prosecutor, but the statement is only in English before my eyes.
Do you think that you need now the translation in English in written before you, because it has just been translated to you by the interpreters? Is there something not clear to you from the question? I will be happy to pull it up for you, but I'm just wondering if it's necessary for the purpose we are dealing with now. There's no intention of confusing you, let that be clear. Would it help you if the question would be repeated by Mr. Prosecutor?
Let us not take so much time. It's all right, Your Honor. The question is clear.
Thank you. We proceed.
Also in the same, thank you, Your Honors. Also in the same quote, your answer starts with the word sometime until the end of the second week. So does that mean again that you cannot be super precise about the dates?
It was around that time.
Mr. Sopi, earlier today, you were talking in your answers to the defense on observations that you were conducting in the village of Butovts, when also Salih Mustafa was with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm trying to find a quotation. For example, there are lines about that on page 22 of today's provisional transcript. It starts from line 16 and it ends in line 20, when he talks about such observations also conducted with Salih Mustafa. When Mr. Mustafa was conducting observations during his stay in Butovts, were there occasions that he was conducting them not with you, but with other persons?
There were such occasions, yes.
Your Honor, nevertheless, even if this answer corresponds roughly to the statement of the SPO, I would like to nevertheless read to the witness the statement in view of asking him to confirm it or not, if I may.
Please proceed.
Mr. Witness, I'm talking about the same transcript numbers 104551 TRET part 1, page 34. In that part, the prosecutor quoted to you the statement that you yourself gave to the defense on these observations of Salih Mustafa. And this is the exchange that you had with the prosecutor. Question. In your statement to the defense, you said the following thing about the observations that you were conducting. And I quote, "Since I knew the area, I, my brother, and Salih Mustafa, we would observe the area, but we would also go and observe with others." And the prosecutor asked you, did you say that? And you said from line 17, yes, that's correct. Question. So from what you said, it seems that you were not with him all the time. Is that right? And you said no, because he was with other friends, co-fighters. I couldn't have possibly been with him all the time. Did you say that to the prosecutor?
Po.
Yes.
Mr. Sopi, do you have memory lapses?
Shumë mirë jam krahasim me rrethonat.
I would say I'm pretty good considering the time that has passed and everything that has happened.
Were mistreated by Serbian military or Serbian police?
Nderuar kryetare,
Your Honor, presiding judge, it is true, but I do not wish to go to that experience. It is true that I was kidnapped together with 3 other soldiers by the Serbian regime, and we were maltreated, and we were punished with a severe prison sentence. And as lawyers, we all know what a severe prison sentence involves.
Ask you questions about the details of that event, of that maltreatment, and what happened to you. However, I would like to talk to you about the long-lasting, if any, consequences of that beating. So what were the long-lasting consequences, if any, of that maltreatment that you received from the Serbian forces?
kisha më kursye për shkak se këtë ngjarje kështu në detale ju kam dhënë.
I would spare you that I gave these details. These were severe maltreatments, and I wouldn't prefer to go on. Isagra Stratis, Sabit Mushici, and the 3rd friend were with me in this group, and the maltreatment was really heavy.
My question is not about maltreatment as such. My question was about consequences, long-lasting consequences, if any, that you have suffered as a result of that maltreatment. Have there been any? Are there any?
Po. Kemi pasoja për shkak se dëgju.
Of course, there are consequences. There were major consequences on the knee, but also other consequences throughout the body and my face.
Your Honor, if I could quote a very short part of the statement exactly on this issue to the witness, and then it will be followed by a question whether he confirms that or not.
Please proceed.
I would like to pull up another part of this statement. It's on starts on page 17, and then it continues on the following page. Mr. Sopi, here the prosecutor is discussing with you the consequences of that mistreatment that you received from the Serbian forces. Line 23, question. My question was more precisely about any long-lasting consequences of that beating, where you said to the defense counsel, and you confirmed that to us, of having hearing problems. Have you been experiencing anything else, like psychological episodes, for instance, trauma, sleeplessness, memory lapses, any other negative outcomes of that mistreatment? On the next page, your answer was sleeplessness only to a certain extent, but memory lapses, yes. Did you tell that to the prosecutor?
Papa.
Yes, yes.
Here?
Vërtet.
It is true.
So today you have told us about the move of yours and a large group of population from Pristina to Butovc. And I would like to give an immediate quote from today's transcript. On page 17 of today's provisional transcript, we have a discussion on it, and it starts at line 15. Mr. Sop, you said the following thing about the group of people going with you from Pristina to Butovc. Line 15. It was a great number. I wouldn't give you a precise figure, but I would say that they were over 10,000 of all ages, of both sexes, women, children, sick people, elderly people, everyone was left Pristina. Do you confirm that? It's the transcript of today, Mr. Sopi.
Po.
Yes, yes.
You also confirmed the same thing in your SPO statement, and it would be on page 30, and also in your defense statement, and it would be on page 7 of the defense statement. I'm not going to quote to you because it largely corresponds to what you have said today. Mr. Sopi, could you tell us in brief about the humanitarian situation in Butovc when you got there with this big number of people? Could you please picture it for us?
I believe I did explain it earlier. I spoke about the situation that was difficult. As I said earlier, we together organized ourselves, and in those circumstances we tried our utmost to provide people with shelter and accommodate them.
First of all, you said that we, and what you said precisely was, we tried our utmost to provide people with shelter and accommodation, to accommodate them. By saying we, who are you talking about?
The group of friends who were from Pristina and with whom I was active and operating. And of course, the population itself helped us because it was in their interest also to create conditions for their accommodation and shelter in that area.
Because we have not still explored that, but upon your answer on the friends who are helping the civilian population in Butovc, I would like to give the panel the names of those friends of yours who are helping you in Butovc in 1999.
If you allow me, presiding judge, those friends were co-fighters. I can mention some of them by name because I don't remember every single person. it was Hazir Borovsi, Sabit Mushifta, Yakub Ismaili, Sabit Krasnichi, Mustafa Sopi, my brother.
Could you please, for the record, because I think we have lost a couple of names. So I have Hazir Borovci, correct?
Hazir Borovci.
Hazir Borovsi, Yakub Ismaili, Sabit Krasnichi, Sabit Mushita. There were two Sabits. There was Ilmi Rechita, Haki Rechita, and many others, but at the moment I don't remember all the names.
Speaking about humanitarian situation, I would like to, with the permission of the panel, refer the witness to a very short paragraph from his SPO statement where he indeed briefly discusses that and also discusses this situation in relation to dates, to a special date particularly.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honors. It would be SPO statement, the number 104551 TRET, part 1. It's page 21. If you could pull up this part on the screen. And I believe we would start from line 25, I believe. Excuse me, I think I have gotten my quote wrong. Sorry, it's page, I apologize. It's the same statement, but it starts on page 28. Line 25, the very, very end of the page. The question of the prosecutor in relation to this was as follows. Could you tell us what you were doing in the whole month of April? If you could scroll down a little bit. Could you tell us what you were doing in the whole month of April from the moment you came to Butovts on the 28th of March? What were you doing in the month of April of that year? And your answer was, there was a lot of civilian population there. We helped them. First and foremost, to shelter them. There was thousands of refugees that had arrived. Did you tell that to the prosecutor?
Paul.
Yes.
I would like to change the topic just a little bit, and you have touched upon this topic today yourself, Mr. Sopi. Could you tell us again about your current relationship with Mr. Salih Mustafa? You said something to that effect today, and I quote from today's transcript. This is on page 10. From lines 9 to 14. So, just not to confuse you, Mr. Sopi, I'm going to tell you what you have already stated about it today, and then I'll ask you the follow-up question. The question of the Defense Counsel today, line 9. Thank you. Do you know Salih Mustafa? Your answer, yes, I do. Do you have a family relation with Salih Mustafa? And your answer is yes, I do have family relation after the war. The daughter of my brother is his wife, apart from him being my comrade in arms and a friend. Do you confirm that, Mr. Sopi?
Yes, that's correct. Since 2002.
Since 2002, what happened in 2002, just to be clear?
They got married.
Speaking about the marriage, you also said the same to the prosecutor, and I don't want to put it up on the screen not to waste time, but the reference to that part would be document number 104551, TRET Part 1, page 21, from lines 11 to 17, where you say exactly this, that Salih Mustafa and your brother's daughter are married, correct?
That's correct.
You confirmed the same later in the same prosecution statement. This is on page 22, lines 19 to 23, and you here again mention the same date of marriage, 2002. Mr. Sopi, had you been seeing Salih Mustafa before his arrest by the specialist chambers?
We have family relations, but not recently, because I go very often. The mother of the hero is there in the same yard she lives, so I go very often, but not in the last period or more recent period.
Do you understand correctly that as you are family related, you had been meeting with Salih Mustafa, I don't know, during family celebrations, different family occasions? Is that the case?
It is possible. It is possible.
Been meeting Salih Mustafa on the anniversaries, celebrations of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Yes, I met with Salih and with many others.
If I could, just to also confirm it, Mr. Sopi said roughly the same or similar thing in his SPO statement, and this would be on page 23 of the same statement, lines 4 to 10. And the question was, so we were meeting on commemorative events. Is that the case, from what I understand? You said yes, yes, yes. But he's right now a member of your family, I understand. So have you always been meeting with him on family occasions, privately? You said, of course, his wife is my niece. Correct, Mr. Sopi?
Yes, yes.
House located in relation to the house of Salih Mustafa.
They are not very far from each other. It's just one line, the line that goes to Bhutan during the wartime. That's where they live now. It's their houses are now. But we are not very far from each other.
Known Salih Mustafa for?
I've known Salih Mustafa ever since he was released from prison 1996, 1997. I, together with my brother, went to visit him. As I said, my brother was his professor. Salih Mustafa was his student.
Mustafa Sopi, correct?
Yes, my brother, Professor Mustafa Sopi.
Mustafa, where?
We visited him in his house, and I mentioned and described this in the statement. When we visited him, he was not in a good health condition because of the maltreatment suffered by the Serbian regime.
Was that the first time you met with Salih Mustafa?
Po,
Yes.
1996 or 1997, so you're not sure about the year?
jam i sigurt,
I'm not sure, but it is in these 2 years.
Just to recap, your family related with Salih Mustafa, and you've known him since 1996, 1997, roughly. Is that correct?
po.
Yes, yes, correct.
With Salih Mustafa?
Jemi miq dhe shok.
We are friends and in-laws.
And I understand that as you were in the Kosovo Liberation Army and he was also in the Kosovo Liberation Army, you also consider him as a brother in arms, correct?
Gjithsesi.
Of course.
Let's change the topic and let us come back to the events of April 1999.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Yes, Your Honor.
just for the record, you gave a reference on page 54 and 55 of the provisional transcript where you discussed the number of displaced people.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just for the record, that in the defense statement on page 7, I could only found that that the witness discussed displaced people, but not numbers. So maybe I understood it wrongly. But for the record, I want to be precise on what we are.
Your Honor, the amount of people were not given in that statement, and I was referring to page number 2, not page number 7. The mistake was on my part because in my document before me, I put it as a footnote number 7, and this is the reason why. It's actually, again, on page number 2 that we are discussing this situation, but the number, 10,000, this number was not given there. It just discusses this situation without providing precise numbers. Okay. In the SPO statement, he gave the number millions first, and then he said thousands. Today it was 10,000. In the defense statement, there is no precise number.
Very well, but let us be precise when we cite, because it can lead to confusion. So.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'll try to avoid these issues in the future. Mr. Sopi, today, while discussing the situation in Butovts in April 1999, you said that there were checkpoints in the proximity of Butovts, Serbian checkpoints. Is that correct?
E vërtet.
That's true.
Your Honor, with your permission, I will give the quotation a bit later today. I cannot find it right now. I don't want to fidget with my papers.
Please proceed.
And you said that there were several such checkpoints in the area of Butovts, correct?
Po, ishin pozicionuar në disa vende.
Yes, they were positioned in several locations.
Today, however, you told us that you and a group of 10,000, around 10,000 people, a big group of people, marched on a certain date from Pristina to Butovts, and they reached Butovts. And I understand they were not stopped by the Serbian police or military. Is that correct?
Po ashtu është.
Yes, that's correct. That day when we left, we didn't pass through checkpoints. They had their positions, but we managed to pass through.
Sopi, today you also mentioned a certain moment in time when you went from Butovts to Mramor to get medical aid. Is that what you said today?
Yes, that's correct. I got an injection because I had a cold.
And I understand traveling from Butovs to Mramor and back, you were not stopped by the Serbs at any of the checkpoints. Correct?
No, because at that time there were not checkpoints in that part when I went for a medical checkup.
To undergo the medical checkup then.
It was in April, beginning of April, I believe. I went for 2 or 3 hours and came back, so the entire trip lasted 2 or 3 hours in total.
Points we are talking about right now were discussed at pages 31 and 32. On page 32, the witness mentioned approximately 10 checkpoints being in the area of Butovts. That is for the sake of clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
So, Mr. Sopi, do you understand correctly that when you went to Mramor from Butovts to get that medical checkup, there were no checkpoints at that time? They appeared at some point later, correct? Is that what you are saying?
Your Honor, Mr. Prosecutor, they had positions, but they were most towards Pristina, Gërmi, Pristina. And there were positions near the neighborhoods where we lived. And the part that goes through Mramor, which we took to go there, that was free. But there was a position at Badovts where they had their checkpoint. So the path that we followed to get there until the 13th, 14th of April, it was a more free area.
I understand. Mr. Sopi, but we discussed this issue, and I was myself interviewing you as a witness. You never mentioned the presence of any checkpoint in your prosecution statement. Any reason why?
I would have said the same. This is the truth. There is no other reason for that.
Mr. Sopi, I'm reviewing also the defense statement, and I cannot see anywhere you mentioning any checkpoints in the area of Butovts. What's the reason for that? You didn't mention that to the defense. You didn't mention that to the prosecutor. You're just mentioning about the checkpoints now. And the reason why there is such a change?
I don't think there is anything wrong in it. I just didn't think about it. I might have mentioned it when I say the checkpoint. They were the places where they were stationed. Just slipped my mind, or I felt tired and I couldn't speak about everything. Even today I can't speak about everything, because if I do that, I have to stay here about 50 days. But I'm giving just the crux of the matter.
You didn't mention any checkpoints in the defense statement or in the prosecutor statement, correct?
Your Honor, I think we are mixing up things. By checkpoints, I meant the places where the Serb forces were stationed or positioned. The checkpoint is another thing. Maybe we are mixing them up.
You were saying that the Serb forces were in the area of Butovc. Were you talking about checkpoints or Serbian forces, but not checkpoints? Could you clarify it for the panel?
I'm explaining that the position was what I refer to. They might well use these places where they were positioned also as checkpoint, but they were there, positioned there, but very close to us, and it posed for us a danger. I believe I made it clear now.
No, to be honest, for me it's now not clear. I thought it was clear, but it's not clear.
So, Mr. Sopi, just to clarify it, when you're referring to the presence of the Serbian forces in the area of Butovc, were you referring to the checkpoints or to the Serbian forces or to both? Could you clarify it for the panel, because it's also not clear in my view?
Both. Of course, both.
Checkpoints and also Serbian forces where there were no checkpoints. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, in this sense.
99. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Sopi, could we briefly discuss your role in the Kosovo Liberation Army? You told us today that you were in the Kosovo Liberation Army. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. I was a soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army, something about which I felt good then and now.
Just to give a quotation from today's transcript, it would be on page 18, lines 23, 24, and 25. Mr. Sopi, what was your role in the KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I was a soldier of this Liberation Army.
Mr. Sopi, were you a member of any particular brigade on the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I already explained because the circumstances of the time changed, but I was not interested in that fact. The only thing that interested me was how to help the population and get liberated from the Serbs.
I'm not questioning that at all. My question, however, was very simple. Were you a member of any Kosovo Liberation Army brigade or not?
Not of any brigade, no.
Any other Kosovo Liberation Army unit or subunit that you could tell us about?
At that time, when we acted and operated, I did my work and carried out my responsibilities as a soldier of the KLA, disregarding anything about formations like units or brigades.
Mr. Sopi, today, before this court, you have mentioned several names of individuals. You mentioned, for example, Hazir Borovci, you mentioned Mustafa Sopi, you mentioned Jakub Ismaili and some other names. Do I understand correctly that all these persons mentioned by yourselves, and you also referred to them as friends, were members of the KLA unit that you also belonged to?
Po, bashkëftari kom.
Yes, they were my co-fighters.
Name of that unit?
Për gjithë që kemi pas prof,
Professor Mustafa was the man in charge, and he followed some very strict rules. He told us, carry out what I tell you, and I'm responsible for other things. I was not interested in other things.
No, my question was there a name of that unit that you belonged to? Was there or was there not?
ja, mas kemi pas, ja.
No, we didn't have any names.
Do you understand correctly that what you're telling us now is that the head of your unit, your KLA unit, was Mustafa Sopi?
Po,
Yes.
Were you engaged yourself, and I'm talking also about the whole unit of yours, in any combat operations of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
direkt betejë jo, t'jem shumë.
Indirect battle, no, to be very frank, because our position was very close to the position of the Serbs I mentioned earlier, which we observed all the time.
I'm trying to understand better your role and the role of your unit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think from your statement of today, it seems that you, and possibly your unit, had two functions. One of them was, in general terms, the protection of the civilian population in Butovc. Is that so?
Ashtu është.
Yes.
Basic needs like food, accommodation, supplying them with medicine and clothing. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Second function of your unit would be to observe Serbian forces, at least from what you told us. That is what you were yourself doing. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, correct.
Did also other members of that unit of yours, did they also conduct such observation of Serbian forces?
Po.
Yes.
Two functions. Did your unit have any other functions within the KLA?
Jo, kryesisht këto kanë qenë.
No, mainly these were our responsibilities.
Fal, edhe logjistika.
Also logistics was part of them.
Could you tell the court what you mean by that?
Logjistika ka qenë
Logistics consisted in the supply with foodstuffs, medicaments, and all the other things needed by the population, but also for the soldiers, of course.
And these functions were performed by yourself and the unit from the moment you entered Butovc from Pristina until the end of the conflict. Is that correct, or am I misinterpreting that?
Correct.
Mr. Sopi, were you a member of the unit called BIA, or it was also known by another name, Skifterat? Were you a member of that unit?
Jam shumë I sinqert, për na.
To be very frank, at that time I had no information about this fact, but before the war was over, I realized that it was called BIA, after the name of Bari Ilir Agron.
So my question again, were you a member of that unit at any point before the end of the war? At any point?
Yes, yes, I realize that. That's true.
You become the member of BIA.
Emërtimi
The acronym or the name came later, but I joined it since '98. If you allow me, Your Honor, I would like to say that we didn't have any administration per se to keep track of everything and register everything because we were a voluntary army, and so we didn't have everything. The organization came out of the people, but it was on a voluntary basis, not a paid one. That is the truth.
I understand that. You have just told us that you had been during the war a member of BIA at some point, but upon my question earlier, were you a member of any KLA unit, particular unit, of any name? You said no. So could you, for us, reconcile these two positions, that now you're saying you were indeed at some point member of BIA, but before you said our unit had no name. There was no specific unit like this.
Your Honor, let's not create any confusion. When we were in Pristina, we operated there for a year or so. At the beginning, we didn't have any names because of the dangers. We didn't have any administration and have the relevant documentation which might be captured by the Serbs. When I was imprisoned, I was already organized. That's why we left. So in case of any of our comrades be captured, he shouldn't have a lot of information. That's why I wasn't keen on knowing things. But it was about May '99 that I was informed and explained to me that this was how it was.
Yes, thank you very much for this explanation, but again, I'm coming back to the issue that for you might be petty, but for us it is relevant. Before, you said that you were not a member of any unit. Now you're saying that in May 1999, you were a member of BIA. Can you see the discrepancy between your earlier answers and this particular answer that you have just given us, that you were a member of BIA?
I understand, but we are talking about the period of May when I learned it. Even if I knew before, there is nothing wrong about it because a large number of my family members took part in the war. We could have formed our own unit. All the people were. But as I said, I was wounded and couldn't deal with every single detail.
But you only mentioned that you were a member of BIA after I had put it to you, correct? Not spontaneously before.
In May, I think.
But my issue is that you mentioned that you were a member of BIA only after I had put to you that there was such a unit and that you might be its member. Correct? Can you see that?
In May, I said, of '99, I realized that. And my late brother also explained that to me, who was also in charge of that unit.
Point is not about when. You stated that already, that you were a member of BIA in May 1999. But my issue was that upon my earlier question, or even questions, were you a member of any unit? You said, no, I was not. And only after I had put it to you that there was indeed a unit called BIA and that you might be its member, you said, yes, Now I remember, it was May when I joined that unit.
That was when I understood it. Before I wasn't interested.
Mr. Witness, my question to you would be, why didn't you say as an answer to Mr. Prosecutor, were you at a certain moment in time member of a unit of the KLA? Yeah? You could have said, I understood, or I was a member of BI from May on. You didn't say that. So I understand the question of the prosecutor. Why didn't you say, yes, I have been a member since May 1999? Would have been a perfect answer, according to what you just shared with us. But when you were asked, you didn't say anything about a unit. So I will repeat my question. Why didn't you just give a short, clear answer? I was a member from BIA since May 1999.
Maybe it got mixed up because initially I spoke about the time that I started to be engaged. Then I showed that from May I found out that I was a member of the BA. We worked, we carried out actions as members of the KLA, but I realized it, as I said, in May. Before I wasn't interested.
That's not the point of the question, Mr. Sopi. It was a plain question, were you member of a unit of the KLA? And you first answered no, and then you said yes from May on. But we are not going to get over and over on the same issue. I just want to put it to you. I've heard your answer, and I will give the floor back to Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sopi, who was the commander of the BIA unit?
Not Kosovo.
At that time I didn't know.
Do you know now who the commander of that unit was?
Of the unit, Mustafa Sopi was in charge.
Was the commander of the BIA unit?
About the time I'm speaking, I knew that Mustafa Sopi, Professor Mustafa Sopi, was in charge. Later, I found out that the commander was Salih Mustafa.
Didn't you tell us spontaneously that you were the member of BIA because you didn't want to volunteer the information that it was Salih Mustafa who was your commander?
I'm saying to you that I wasn't interested to know about that period, but later on I knew.
The question was different. Is the reason why you didn't volunteer the information that you were in BIA, was it that you didn't want to tell us that your commander in the KLA was ultimately Salih Mustafa?
No. I'm recounting you how things really were. I have no reason not to say it.
You said that Salih Mustafa was the head of BIA. You also told us that your immediate superior was Mustafa Sopi. So from this, do you understand?
Before, yes.
That, do you understand correctly that you were the KLA soldiers, the head of your unit was Mustafa Sopi, and the person above him in the structure of BIA was Salih Mustafa? Do you understand that correctly? Could you say yes or no? Because Just nodding is not on the record.
Popo.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Yes, Your Honor.
just to announce that we are getting close to 1 o'clock, so we will be having a lunch break.
Your Honors, I would need maybe 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how the end of this examination unfolds. So maybe you could break now, not for lunch, but maybe for something shorter, depending on your Honor's wishes, of course.
Now, I think we will have our break, and then you continue with the questioning, and you said 15 to 20 minutes.
I would say 15 to 20 minutes. That would be it.
But anyhow, everybody needs to have a break, so we will continue then afterwards with the rest of the cross-examination.
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sopi, you're going to have a break for 1.5 hours for lunch, and then we see you back at, what is it, 2:25, around that. Yes, have a good lunch break.
Thank you. You too.
Very well. We will resume at 2:25. Have a good lunch break.
Right. All rise.
Did you-
Let us call the appearances. We are in the same composition, I see. Yes, before we continue with the cross-examination by Mr. Prosecutor, I would like to address the following point, and we will also issue in that respect an oral order. This morning, Defense Counsel proceeded to examine the witness in Albanian. The panel notes in this regard that pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence before the Kosovo Specialist Chambers and the pre-trials decision on working languages, which is filing 32, the working language of the proceedings in the present case is English, and therefore the examination of the witness should be done in principle in English. For the future, Defense Counsel shall seek permission if he intends to use an official language other than English in his questioning of the witness at the earliest opportunity, with a short explanation, and no later than the day before at 6 o'clock. And we will then, as soon as possible, respond to you, not the next day, of course. Further, for practical reasons, I would like to reiterate that it is important, and I will say that also to the witness, to leave some time between questions and answers in Albanian in order for the parties and the participants, and especially also the panel, to be able to hear the interpretation and proper follow the testimony. Yeah. And this concludes the panel's oral order. And for Defense Counsel, and this is not within the oral order, but it's important for the panel, and I also look at Mr. Shala, that we are able to assess the question. And if you do it in Albanian, and I'm listening to the English translation, I just need a little bit of time before the witness answers. And this morning, that at the beginning, that became rather complicated. And we would also not have this fait accompli, that there is a change of language. But of course, if there's a request of this kind, we will assess it taking in mind the interests of all. Yeah. Very well.
May I?
You may.
Yeah, in this, apologies for that, Your Honor. At the time that the pre-trial judge said that on the proceedings, I recall that I was alone at the time, not in any other manner assisted, if I recall well. But I do seek permission then for Mr. Shala to do the examination in the Albanian language. We understood that even that the decision on the conduct of proceedings was silent on it, and at any stage of the proceedings that could be dealt with. So at the beginning of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, the issue was simply not addressed at all. So I had no idea that we would need to speak not in Albanian, but only in the English language. I mean, as I said at the time, I think I recall that I was at the time still alone in the forming the defense. So I do seek permission for that, as it needs to be done before 6 o'clock this afternoon, because Mr. Shala intends to do the examination this week.
And what is the justification?
Simply because he's more comfortable in the Albanian language rather than in the English language to conduct the examination in that language, and that is basically why it's being done in that manner. So we did not in any manner want to confront the panel with any kind of fait accompli or so. We did not stand still by to seek permission, as according to the rules, the law, and the decision on the conduct of proceedings was not saying anything about it, and therefore we in that manner we did that. So it's very clear. The oral order is clear, but we do seek the permission to do that in that in that matter?
I thank you, Defense Counsel. You may see that.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Rule 8 is very clear that there has to be a working language chosen, and that was done by the pretrial judge, to which you agreed also to
Of
that
course.
working language. And the decision of the pretrial judge continues. Continues also during the trial phase, so that didn't change. It's not that there are a lot of decisions of the pretrial judge taken which maintained their force during the trial phase, and for the working language that is not different. But for now we have a working agreement, so I am sure that it will continue, that it will work out well. With this remark, that is very important, and I will instruct the witness to go at the right pace, and that means a slow pace. Very well. Yes, we will now continue. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in? Mr. Sopi, welcome back.
Pardon.
Thank you.
We will now continue with the last part of the cross-examination by Mr. Prosecutor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Sopi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too.
I would like to continue with your examination by the prosecution, Mr. Sopi. And before I continue, I would like to kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull up the following document, SPOE 003255566. So this is the first document. The second one would be its English translation, so the same number, but with ET at the end. Yes, thank you, that would do. Mr. Sopi, please take a look at this photograph. On both sides, this is the same, we are talking about the same photograph. Could you tell us who the people on these photographs are? Let's maybe start from the left-hand side with the people who are kneeling. Do you know these persons?
Some of them I do, some I don't.
In this case, let's go, as I said, from the row of the people who are kneeling, starting from the left. Do you know who is the first person kneeling on the left-hand side? This person is wearing glasses.
Yeah, that's Jakub. Jakub is smiling with glasses.
Person next to him, kneeling.
This one I don't know.
And the third person kneeling.
I don't know him. I can't remember.
For the record, Mr. Prosecutor, I cannot see that they are kneeling. For me, they could be also sitting, but maybe that's the clarity of the...
They could be kneeling, crouching, or sitting. It's hard to really say.
Okay.
My point was to just point to the witness, those who are positioned lower than the rest of the people standing. That was my only goal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, also for your assistance. Mr. Sopi, let's move on to the persons who are standing. And again, let's start from the same side, namely from the left-hand side. Who is the first person standing on the left-hand side of this photograph?
I'm not sure, but I think his name was Avdi. I haven't seen them for a long time.
Whether he had any nickname or an alias during the war?
Ja.
No.
Mr. Sopi, who is the second person next to that first one, standing?
Kom je moeders toe.
That's me.
Thank you. Who is the third person, a man, standing next to you, Mr. Sopi?
E treti e di
The third, I don't know his name. I don't know whether he's still living or not, but he was a lawyer. He was a very good man. I don't remember his name.
To that person. She is fourth from the left. What's her name?
nuk e di.
I don't know. I think it's his wife, the lawyer's wife, but it's been a long time, so I don't know.
Let's move on to the next person, who is fifth from the left, with a beard and mustache. Who is that person?
Po shoku. Baqëtari im.
My co-fighter, Hazir Borovci.
The next person standing next to him?
Ky është Islam.
That's Islam Selimi. We used to work together in Auto Pristina.
And the next person? Next to Mr. Salimi?
S'pom kujtu.
I don't remember. I don't know him.
Photograph?
Jo s'pom kujtu.
No, I don't remember him.
If we zoom out a little bit this photograph, Mr. Sopi, what you can see as a description of that photograph on the right-hand side of it can be translated into English as during the war, when BIA guerrilla unit Skifterat was formed. So it seems to me that the caption, this comment, suggests that this photograph was taken during the war, and it deals with the members of the unit BIA Skifterat. Do you confirm that?
Ja, s'është e vërtet.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
Jo.
As far as you remember.
Kjo ka qenë
This was after the war, but I now cannot remember when precisely.
Took that photograph?
ja, s'm kujtohet.
No, I don't remember.
This photograph was taken.
Prishtinë dikon po.
Somewhere in Pristina, but where exactly, I can't remember. It's in a location, a place.
Posted by Hazir Borovci, a friend of yours and the person who was in the KLA with you. And as I said, the caption says it was during the war when the BIA guerrilla unit Skifterat was formed. So an idea why the description of this photograph speaks about BIA guerrilla unit Skifterat members of that unit? Any idea?
Jo nuk kam me që vërtet s'është hiç. Kjo po dha.
No, I don't, but that's not at all true. This photograph does not belong to that.
Doesn't belong to what?
Si përket guerilës bija.
Does not belong to guerrilla unit BIA. It has nothing to do with BIA.
Before the break today, you told us that you, yourself, Ganisopi, Jakub Ismaili, and also Hazir Borovci were indeed members of that BIA unit. So it seems that at least 3 persons on that photograph belonged to BIA during the war. Is it not the case?
Nderuar kryetari i trupit.
Your Honor, presiding judge, as persons, yes, but the other persons are friends, well-wishers who happen to be there at that moment, and this was taken longer. We cannot say that these persons here were members of BIA.
Beside yourself, Mr. Jakub Ismaili and Mr. Hazir Borovci. Let's talk about the other persons on that photograph. Were they also, during the war, members of the BIA unit?
Ja, absoluut.
No, absolutely not.
Were these people, other than you, Mr. Ismaili and Mr. Borovci, were those other people members of the Kosovo Liberation Army during the war?
S'mund ta di këtë.
That I wouldn't know.
Okay, Mr. Court Officer, thank you very much. We could remove this photograph. Mr. Sopi, do you have a Facebook account?
Po kam.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Court Officer, could we pull up the document SPOE 00325580? Mr. Sopi, you have in front of you a Facebook page which says Gani Sopi on it. Is it your Facebook account?
Po.
Yes.
Court Officer, we can remove this one also. Mr. Sopi, earlier on today, you told us that Hazir Borovci and Jakub Ismaili were your co-fighters during the war. Are they currently your friends?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness another document, and I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull up a document SPOE 00325583. Mr. Sopi, this is the photograph that you posted on the 23rd of November, 2019. As I can see from the description of that photograph, it says Sabit, Hazri, Jakupi. Could you tell us who these persons are, starting from the left on this photograph?
Ta janë
These are my friends, co-fighters with whom I worked together from the very beginning, including political activity and during the war. The one with the glasses is no longer living, then it's Hazir Borovci, it's myself, and it's Jakub Ismaili, whom I mentioned earlier.
From the left, the person in glasses in the shades, what was his name?
Jakub Ismail.
Jakub Ismaili.
Gamajta po.
Yes, from the left, as I see it.
Left?
I dytri shok
The second is inseparable friend of ours who is no longer living, unfortunately, Sabit Krasniqi.
Hazir Borovci.
Hazir Borovci.
Fundit jam unë.
The last one is me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sopi. Do you still feel a strong association with the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Kam darë gjithë edhe du gjithë.
I always loved it and I will love it until I am on this earth.
Mr. Sopi, during the war, at any point during the war, did you wear a Kosovo Liberation Army uniform?
Gjatë luftës e kom bërë.
During the war, I carried the emblem. Uniforms, there weren't uniforms, but on the other hand, we also tried to hide it from the population so that, from the children especially, so that they did not create any association with trauma.
Did you at any point during the war wear Kosovo Liberation Army uniform? Did you or did you not?
Vetëm emblemen.
Only the emblem,
Koçukës.
the KLA emblem.
I would like to show the witness another document, and in this regard, I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull up another document, SPOE 00325585. We could show it on the left-hand side of the screen, and on the right-hand side, I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to pull the English translation of it. Mr. Sopi, this is the post that you yourself posted on your Facebook account on the 18th of April 2019.
19, yes. Yes?
There's a photograph here which portrays you in the military uniform with the Albanian flag at the background, correct?
E vërtet është.
That's correct, Your Honor, distinguished President of the panel. This photograph, as I said in the beginning, was in difficult times. The door was open to the people who came for condolences. My brother's son was killed, so many citizens came to visit and to pay their respect and condolences. It was after the war, while we were receiving our former co-fighters, friends, and well-wishers. This photograph was taken in Pristina. It brings back very sad memories, but that's it.
Hear that, Mr. Sopi. Can you tell us when this photo was taken, if you remember?
Unë me qenë dikun ka.
It could be in October 1999 or something like that, because we started to receive those who came for condolences 4 or 5 months later after the event.
Mr. Sopi, together with this photograph, as you can see, as we can all see, you also published a certain, I'm not sure how to call it, but there is some kind of message to the people who would listen, who would read it. You started from saying, "Dear co-fighters for freedom, veterans, war invalids, families of the martyrs and compatriots." I'm not going to read this whole statement of yours or this whole message that you posted. I just want to make reference to the third paragraph, in which you seem to call upon some brothers in arms of yours from the war, and I would like to start from this line, the third paragraph, where you said, and I quote, "Co-fighters of the 153rd Brigade in Golak and the BIA guerrilla unit, OZLL, let us remember today and always what happened in April, the battles which our KLA forces fought for the liberation and defense of the land, of our beloved homeland." I would like to ask you one clarifying question in relation to that. What does this acronym OZLL stand for?
Kjo është zona operative.
The LAP operational zone, it's in that context.
You said here co-fighters of the 153rd Brigade in Golak and the BIA guerrilla unit, OZL. By calling these persons co-fighters, I understand that you put yourself in one of those units, and today you said it was BIA. Is that correct?
Nderuar kryetare e gjykatës.
Your Honor, distinguished presiding judge, I wrote this post on 18th of April 2019. Of course, later on I did have information enough to compose this text regarding the time of the war. I have my memories, and I wrote what I wrote in this post. I wrote it with pride.
I understand that. My question was slightly different. When you mentioned these three military formations, so to speak, so Brigade 153, LAP operational zone, and also BIA, I understand that you place yourself in one of the units. You call on these people belonging to them co-fighters. So you were one of them. So can I understand also from today's statement that you indeed, also in this posting, called yourself co-fighter and a member of BIA?
I already told you earlier that I had that information in May. I already knew everything, and I knew that I was in BIA. The others were apart, the Brigade too, but I composed a text involving everything.
Mr. Prosecutor, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, Your Honor, of course.
Mr. Sopi, for my understanding, do you yourself now, and I'm basing myself on the message we have here in front of you, do you regard yourself now as a member of BIA then? If you look at yourself now and you look back, were you a member of BIA?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honors, I don't have any further question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. We have now completed the questioning of witness 600 by Defense Counsel and by the SPO. Victims Counsel, do you have questions for the witness?
Yes, Your Honors, thank you. One or two, I can be brief.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Sopi, good afternoon. I would...
Good afternoon.
Is everything in order? Yeah? I would like... Okay, good. Then I'll continue. Earlier today, in your testimony here in court, Mr. Sopi, you were telling us about Bayram. And I would like to ask for you to offer some additional clarification about something that you said about that today. And for the record, I'm on page 27 of today's provisional transcript and lines 24 and onwards. When asked by the defense counsel, Mr. Sopi, about how many days the small Bayram is, one of the things that you said, and I'm quoting now, "This is a matter of the Islamic community, but I will try. I had the 28th fixed in my mind, but when I asked and when I analyzed," and I end the quotation here, you go on to explain some more about the small and the big Bayram. Now my question to you is, when did you ask and analyze this?
I don't understand you. In what context do you mean?
I'm just quoting from the transcript of what you said earlier. You were being asked about how many days the Bayram is, and I quoted you directly. You told the defense counsel, "I had the 28th fixed in my mind, but when I asked and when I analyzed," and then you go on to say, and I'll continue the quote then, "The big Bayram was on the 19th of January at the time, whereas in the religious books, the small Bayram follows 2 months, 10 days after. And if you calculate, it will be the end of March 1999. So this is what you said today in testimony. Am I correct?
I said that the big Bayram was in January, based on what I saw and read, was sometime on the 19th of January. And according to the religious books, the small Bayram is about 2 months and 10 days later.
This is what I quoted indeed. But my question actually concerns what you said. I had the 28th fixed in my mind, but when I asked and when I analyzed, and then you came to the conclusion that you repeated just now. My question is, when did you ask and analyze this? And perhaps a follow-up question as well, what made you ask and analyze this?
To tell you the truth, I've asked the family as well, and as I said, a long time has passed and the dates have moved. I've asked family members, and approximately they told me this, and when I calculated that myself from the 19th of January, 2 months, 10 days added to that, so plus minus, I came to that date.
Way that you calculated it, but the question is specifically, when did you start thinking about this? When, at what point in time did you think to yourself, I need to ask about this, I need to analyze this? When was that? And what made you decide to think about this, to analyze this, to ask questions about this? So when was it, and what made you decide to do that?
I don't recall exactly when, but that's how I thought. I don't remember the time. It's not far, but I can't be precise.
And by that, what can I understand? It's not far in terms of from today. It's not far, for example, today we discussed, the prosecutor also asked you questions about what you said to the prosecution, and you also discussed the date, the 28th of March. That corresponds with what you say here. I had the 28th fixed in my mind. And my question is, at what point in time did you start to question this? Did you start to think about this? And as I understand it, you say it wasn't far. Does that mean it wasn't long ago?
Your Honors, I thought about it because on the 24th of March I was wounded at 8 o'clock, at 5:05, I was wounded. And then I thought it was that time. But then, finally, thinking it over, between 28th and 31st, it's only 3 days difference. So being in proper conditions, I wasn't able to analyze it then.
Counsel, may I?
Yes.
Mr. Sopi, if I put it in my own words, so those are not the words of the Victims' Council, but my words, when was it that you realized that what you had said in your statement to the defense, and later on to the SPO, that it might not have been precise?
Maybe 2 months ago or 1.5 months ago.
Yes, it
help
certainly
you in
does.
your
Thank you,
examination?
Your Honors. I have one more question about this then. Who did you ask? And how did you go about analyzing this, thinking about this? Did you ask anybody in particular?
My family, because I have elderly people in my family. I have my sister-in-law, so-called mother, and she said that the date moves. She, despite the challenges we faced, this thing they remembered.
Okay, those are my questions about this topic, Your Honors. I have one more topic, and this is something, again, about the transcripts earlier today that I didn't quite understand. It's on page 58 of today's provisional transcript, and you were telling us about your familial relationship with Mr. Salih Mustafa. And I'm going to quote again. The prosecutor was asking you if you had been seeing Salih Mustafa before his arrest by the specialist chambers. And what you answered, and I'm going to quote this directly, "We have family relations, but not recently, because I go very often. The mother of the heroes there in the same yard, she lives. So I go very often." Now, the transcript is not completely clear here, but just from my understanding, whose mother were you referring to here?
The mother of the hero is my sister-in-law, the wife of my brother.
Your brother, Mustafa Sopi, the late Mustafa Sopi.
Yes, Mustafa Sopi's wife.
She, Mustafa Sopi's wife, lives in the same yard. And my question is, the same yard as whose yard?
Yes. With Salih Mustafa and his spouse.
The late Mustafa Sopi, your brother's mother, lives in the same yard as Salih Mustafa and his wife. Am I correct?
Not Mustafa's mother, but wife. They live very close. We share the same yard. There is a very small concrete partition, but in different houses, separate houses.
And you say, just from my understanding, we share the same yard. Does that also include you?
Not me. The family of my brother, so-called mother, and Salih's family. I live further away. I explained earlier.
I was just wanting to be sure. Thank you, Mr. Sopi. Those were my questions. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Okay. Defense counsel, do you wish to proceed with the redirect examination of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You may proceed with the Albanian translation, with the English translation, and posing the questions in Albanian. Mr. Sopi, defense counsel is now going to do the redirect examination. I ask you to wait with your answer, to leave some time between the question of the defense counsel and your answer. So maybe you should force yourself not to answer right away, because I have to be able also to assess the question. And if you answer right away, I don't have the time. And if not, I will interrupt you, because this morning it was, at the beginning it was quite challenging. Yeah, so please take your time in answering. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, during your testimony today, on page 25, line 14 of the transcript of today, you stated that your family, on the 18th of April 1999, returned to Pristina.
nga kjo datë,
From that date until the beginning of April, namely end of March, did you meet Salih Mustafa in Butovsk? Yes, I did meet him.
po ashtu sot
Question. Likewise today, on page 29, line 21 of the transcript, you stated that Salih Mustafa was visiting Mustafa Sopi's house on the occasion of Bayram. Answer, true.
kur thuani për
Question. When you say for Bayram, you have in mind those 5 days that Bayram lasts? Yes, those days, but he stayed longer, the first 2 weeks of April.
ajo
Yes, but this part that you say he was visiting, you mean during those 5 days of Bayram celebration? No, later. If we take 31st, 28th and 31st.
Defense counsel,
yes.
please try to pose an open question and then narrow it down. But now for twice you have been already giving a kind of answer to the witness. So please don't ask it like that.
Okay. Zoti dëshmitar,
A question, Mr. Witness. During your statement today, you said that the feast of the small Bayram, or Eid al-Adha, lasts 5 days. And on page 29, line 21 of today's transcript, you said that Salih Mustafa was visiting Mustafa Sopi on the occasion of Bayram. Answer, the small Bayram. Question, can you tell us, please, on which day of the small Bayram he was visiting? Answer, I can't remember. Maybe the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th.
Sot në pyetjen e prokurorit,
Question, today when the prosecutor was asking you, on page 54 of the transcript, about the lapses of your memory, you said that it is true that you have some memory lapse when you gave the statement to the prosecutor. Despite this memory lapse, are you sure that during the period end of March 99 until early April of 99, you were in Butovs? Answer, yes.
gjatë kësaj periudhe
Question, during this period, do you still say that you saw and met Salih Mustafa in Butovs? Answer, it is true that I saw him and that he stayed in Butovs. Question, although you have admitted your memory lapse, your injury, can you deny that you were injured on the 24th of March 99? Can you repeat the question, please? You are talking about my wounding? Yes. I thought I was clear when I explained that now and again I may have some memory issues. But when I sit down and think about it and analyze it, then I remember better. Because I was subjected to direct violence and mistreatment.
në faqen 56
On question, on page 56, line 10 and 12 of today's transcript, you mentioned that in Butovs you were together with other co-fighters and you mentioned their names. Yakupi, Azir, and others. Did you consider at that time also Salih Mustafa as a co-fighter?
nuk kom
Answer, I didn't have much information then.
Is that an answer?
yes.
For me, it's not clear. Could you clarify some more what you mean with that?
ka ti pyet
I was asked whether I considered Salih Mustafa as a co-fighter. We are talking about the early period, early April period. At that time, I didn't have enough information.
To assess that he was a co-fighter, is that what you mean? Was he a co-fighter in that period or not?
s'm kujt
I don't recall him to be a co-fighter because I knew him earlier in other circumstances when he was engaged in political activity. Later on, yes.
And when was later on?
In mei.
In May, when Professor Mustafa Sopi, my brother, explained it to me.
Thank you for clarifying. That is more than I don't have much information.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, you mentioned your brother Mustafa Sopi, who told you or informed you in May about a BIA unit where you too were a member of. That's true, yes.
a kanë qenë të përfshirë edhe këta bashk
Question, were these other co-fighters that we refer to today, Hazir and others, also members of BIA? Answer, yes, yes.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, your family relations with Salim Mustafa. Do they present any change from what you have already stated regarding the event of the end of March 99 and April 99?
I don't understand the question well.
Ja, okay. Marrëdhëniet familjare me
Your family relations with Salim Mustafa, did they change as a result of the fact or the facts which you have testified to today regarding events in Butovs?
ato ngjarje
So those events do not affect at all your family relations with Salim Mustafa. I couldn't hear the witness, Your Honor.
Understand, but why are you putting your answer in your question? You are putting leading questions. It's enough that you ask it and then he can answer. Please don't put your answer in your question.
Okay.
No, not
Thank you.
okay.
I will not.
No, you're bringing me to a point that I really have to warn you. I don't want leading questions. We don't want to influence the witness.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
You know, my observation is rather that the question was simply unclear. It was probably another point, but in my view, what I read on the screen could only confuse the witness because I don't understand which events might have changed something, in which period, what are we talking about here? That's my call to maybe instruct the counsel to be clearer in the question.
Please proceed.
Thank
I
you.
see the point of Mr. Prosecutor.
Dëshmitar.
Mr. Witness, your family relation established after the war with Salim Mustafa, does it have any influence, such a family relation, on you changing your testimony regarding events that happened after the 24th of March 99 until the 18th of April 99 in Pristina and in Butovs? Answer, no, no influence at all.
Në deklarimin e juaj,
Question, in your statement, in your knowledge of the events that occurred from the 24th of March 99 to 18th of April 1999, were you ever influenced by anyone regarding the change of these events? Answer, nobody can influence me. I have my own convictions.
Në funda kanë
Question, did anyone influence you or did anyone tell you before you gave your testimony to the defense of Salih Mustafa, which you gave on the 31st of March 2021, to say, to declare something to the defense in that statement which wouldn't be true? Answer, no. Your Honor, I have no more question. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Thank you. Microphone.
Do you wish to proceed with the rejoinder examination of the witness?
Your Honor, just 2 or 3 questions and I would be finishing.
Please proceed.
Mr. Sopi, were you following this trial? I don't know, on television, on the radio, on the internet, in the press?
Kur kam pas kohë, po.
When I had time, yes. But I'm working, so I couldn't follow some of them.
Course of the testimonies of Hazir Borovci,
Pjesën dërmuese.
The majority of it, yes.
how about Mr. Ismaili?
Deri dikun.
To some extent.
They both testified just last week. Mr. Sopi, after their testimonies of last week, did you have any contact with either Mr. Hazir Borovci or Mr. Ismaili before you came here to give this testimony today?
Jo.
No. No.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Microphone, please.
Victims Counsel, would you like to ask further questions?
No, thank you, Your Honors.
Very well. Okay. Mr. Sopi, you have been asked several questions by the parties and the participants present. It's now the turn for the panel. We would like to receive some further clarification on what you already testified on, or in my case, I would like to ask 2 questions which remain for me on the table. I think this will help us in finding, getting more clarification in what we're looking for and trying to understand. Mr. Sopi, do you know a person called Brahim Mehmetai?
Po, e njeh.
Yes, I do.
Did you know him during the war? So in 1999.
Nuk më kujtu.
I don't remember, but I know of his political activity.
Have you ever seen him in Butovst?
Shumë kujtohet.
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you know if there was a base of the BIA in Butovst?
Na ata që kemi qenë aty, që ata kemi qenë.
It was us, all of us who were there, were there.
that doesn't answer my question. Was there a base of the BIA in Bhutan?
It might call it that, but it was us, soldiers, from the beginning to the end.
And was there a base of the BIA, as far as you know, in Pristina?
No comment information.
I have no information about that.
And do you know if there was a base of the BIA in Slash?
Yes, comment information.
I have no information about that. I don't know.
Any information if the BIA had anywhere a base or a headquarter in Kosovo?
I don't remember. I don't know.
I don't have further questions, but my colleagues might. I will give the floor to my colleague on my left-hand side.
Yes, Mr. Sopi, in your statement to the SPO on 12 January 2002, its ERN number is 104551 tier ET part 1, and it's page 7. You said the following: to be open and sincere about it, it was Salih's brother who told us, a bunch of us, that we were going to be contacted or being spoken to by the council, by Salih's council, because he already knew that we had been people that had been with Salih. So this is the way it went, through the brother. Do you remember? Is that correct?
Yes, it is true.
And what is the name of Salih's brother?
Arben.
Arben.
And you said on line 17 on that page that by a bunch of us you referred to war comrades. So actually Arben Mustafa contacted a group of war comrades. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have a second question. Very recently on page 95 of the transcript you said, and I think you were referring to Salih Mustafa, I don't recall him to be a co-fighter. But then, can I ask you, why were you observing Serbian forces together if he was not a co-fighter?
He came to visit us and contacted my brother, Professor Mustafa Sopi. Then, most of the time, we were together with Mustafa and Salih Mustafa.
You told us that you were observing together Serbian forces. That's correct, no?
Yes, correct.
But he was not a co-fighter.
I didn't ask him at that time. We didn't discuss this issue.
You would have gone with somebody not being a co-fighter, observing Serbian forces, so you would have gone with anyone doing this kind of task?
There were also civilians, citizens, who sometimes help us in our care shown for the population, but also in doing guard duty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sopi. I have no further question, Madam Presiding Judge.
Mr. Sopi, we reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for your efforts put into giving your testimony today And I believe it will help us in our effort to find the truth and to gain more clarity with regard to what you have already stated in your testimony. So thank you very much. We wish you a safe journey home. And I remind you that you should not discuss your testimony before the Kosovo Specialist Chambers with anyone. Thank you. Madam Court Usher will issue you out now.
Would you allow me 1 or 2 minutes to say something?
Thank you. You will be ushered out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Yes. Mr. Prosecutor, is there something you would like to raise with the panel?
Your Honors, nothing. Thank you very much.
Very well. Victims' Counsel.
No, Your Honors, thank you. Nothing.
Okay. Defense Counsel.
Only regarding the permission, we would like to know where we stand so that we know how to go about tomorrow.
You have the permission of the panel.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very well. We will resume tomorrow, 5th of April, 9:30 as usual, with the testimony of witness 700. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.